What's up, guys? All right, I think we're all set. Today I decided to rewrite the whole compiler in Go rather than trying to build it in the language that I'm building. Just because, like, it's hard to add things like a map or whatever to the language when you don't have the map already there, if that makes sense. So there's a lot of features that I just don't have in the language yet that would be really nice to have. So I figured I'd just stick with Go for the whole compiler chain and then eventually rewrite it at some point in the future. So that is the plan, and that's what we're doing. Let's get to it. All right. I've started this process though, so you're hopping in the middle. Let's add the, luckily the language is kind of very close to Go, so copy pasting it over is pretty easy to do. Like for example, I have a var decal, type decal, which I think is done. Yeah, I added struct enum unions, and then statements I don't have yet, so I need to do that. There should be func decals too. Oh, there it is. Let's get this one. But yeah, I was looking at how to add the type checker, and I was like, man, this is just going to be so complicated if I don't have like a hash map. So and I can't I don't really want to add a hash map without having like generics, and then it's like, oh gosh, I just ended up in a cycle. Okay. So we'll parse a func declaration. We'll just pass that into the general declaration. I'm still at the file parsing level. Let's clean up these. Also, it's so nice to just be able to do stuff like this, or I can just like walrus. And then arg list, I didn't have to do that anymore. I can do just arg. Which I don't have the type defined for an arg yet, but we'll add that eventually. This is going to be a parser function. Methods I didn't have either, so that's nice to have now. Oops. Okay. Token.l paren, token.r paren, token.ident. Little walrusing. Type expression, p.typex. We've got our arg. And then we can just append this. Or list equals append list arg. All right. Okay. Oh, what was this? Right paren. left brace. This I'm not sure. I don't think I want to do this. I think I just want to return where the expression in the return is just nil. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. It's weird I look for a left brace. I don't look for a semicolon. Hold on. Tag ident. Oh, I'm just saying it's going to be a void. What a weird... I'm curious what it used to be. Yeah, left brace, which is this. Why would I ever have this though? Oh. This is, I'm parsing the function declaration. For some reason I thought I was parsing the function body. So yeah, no return. What's up, Natsuki? Why are you on the compiler and Go? I thought you were gonna you write the compiler in your own language after bootstrapping it. Yeah, what I started realizing though is first of all, it was really hard to make a change and then like make a backwards incompatible language change, and then like I'd have like a very short window of like not messing things up to have my compiler work, you know? Because you would make like the next version. I'd have like my compiler like version 1 maybe, and then I'd have like C2. I would make some change where like now C1 can't be used because I've changed the language in such a way. Like I've added some new feature, so now C1 doesn't work anymore. And so then C2 is the only one I can use. And then if I do it again, I end up with like a C3, and then this one can't be used anymore. So I've always only have like one version of my compiler that's valid. Which was kind of tricky, just like migration wise. Sometimes I would get in these errors where I have to be like modifying the C code to get it to fix some bug or something like that. That was part of it. And the other big part was just that I wanted things like hash maps and arrays, but I didn't have the like facilities to add them very easily. Like I needed it in my compiler, but like to add it, I wanted to use an array of something. Like I wanted to add that syntax for like let's do a map actually. I want to do a map of like a string to like a symbol table or something for like type checking. Like I couldn't add a type checker because I wanted this, but I couldn't add this because I didn't have a type checker. You know what I mean? So I think that my strategy of doing this was just a bad one. I think what I'd recommend if people ask me what I should have done, I think what you should do is write the entire language out in one compiler. And then when you're pretty certain about like what language features you need to build the compiler with, then you can bootstrap it. But I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it too early on. Just because of all the headaches that are going to come with it. But I thought it was kind of like a cool idea. I was like, oh, it's like so minimal. Like I'll build the minimal set for compiler 1 and then I'll just keep like doing this thing. But it turns out that that's like a much harder way. So now I can write like the same code. It's just, I've got like hash maps and like arrays, and I have all these like guaranteed semantics of things. Like if you look at this code, like I didn't have the walrus operator because I didn't have a type checker. So like I have to do this everywhere, you know, and I didn't have like composite literals weren't super good, so like I couldn't do a bunch of stuff, you know? So there's just like a lot of like minor annoying things. Like all of these var list thing, I just had to specify every single variable declaration like this. Like there's just no type inference until you have a type checker. And I don't want to add a type checker before I have a hash map, but I can't add a hash map because I don't have a type checker. So it's like I make a really tough version of a type checker in C, and then I add all the stuff, and then I rewrite it, you know? It's just annoying because then you have to implement the language twice. Yeah, but my language is going to be like Go. So it'll be similar. I think it'll be similar enough. What features planned for the language? Right now I'm just trying to make a like small syntactic improvement on top of C. But there's a lot of stuff I want to try. Like I want to do like arena allocators. I want to do for like tagged unions, I want to do like guaranteed checks for all of the case statements. And I want to do like comp time stuff. And I want to do runtime hot reloading of functions. Boom. But we'll see how it goes. I'm not like planning too far ahead, I guess. Okay. So in the function declaration, if we see the left brace, that means that there's no return type. Otherwise, there's a return type, so we'll have to parse a type expression. Also, doing method calls is so nice, because I didn't have methods in my language at that time. So like, there's just a lot of little things that add up as like really big annoyances. Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything defined for this. Where's the arrow functions? I want ES6. Kill me. I will never. So we're trying to make a game with this language in the future? I might. What I might do is I might make the language and then build a little like game as a part of a game jam or something in like Raylib or something like that. I don't really have statements yet. Are you going to focus on C interoperability? Yeah, I definitely am going to do that. I'm probably going to do something like Odin's foreign blocks. Have you seen those? They're pretty nice. You do like a foreign, then you name like the namespace of this foreign block, and then you have all these functions you can just call. And then you, in the language, you define like what the interface is. So he's got like a c.int, c.double, you know, these like the C types that you would use. So you just mash these up to your language, and then the type checker for the like extern is done kind of for you. Obviously this does mean that you have to like re-implement the header file in the language, but I don't think that's too big of an ask. But it saves me from writing like a C parser, you know? So. Okay, we'll have a block statement. I also need args. I'm not really sure where to put these though. Oh, I do have, oh, it's right here, okay. I might put this up here. Where's, I have field. We'll put it with field. Arg. It is weird that these are the same exact thing. Odin has awesome interoperability. Good choice. Yeah. No, I really like this. And there's even like, I can't remember. There's a way to simplify. Oh, link names. Yeah. So like if it's like foo, like you can rename the procedure here, and you can also like do the link prefixes, which I don't know if I'll do link prefixes. I might just do something like this, but yeah, like being able to like recast it as some function seems helpful. And this stuff seems cool too. Like I just like a lot of the Odin stuff I like a lot, but then there's a few things that I just don't like at all. Using Go as a compiler, you could even make it possible to call Go functions if you wanted. Yeah, well, I'm trying to compile. I'm still going to compile to C. I'm not going to compile to Go. Because I'm looking for like lower level features that Go doesn't give you. What is this, redeclared or something? Where? That'll tell me when I compile. Oh, it's an AST. Maybe I'll put these in there then, actually. I don't know. Let's go to AST really quickly. You got a name for the language? No. Okay. Symbol list. This is just pushing it to the symbol table. So I decided to do this externally. To do if global hoist to global func table. Or I'm just gonna symbol table. Hoist isn't the right word, but I wonder if this should be inside of the block parsing, but I actually don't want statements inside of my I don't want statements inside of my like file tree. I think how it's going to be is for files, I'll have a list of general declarations, and then they can only be a variable, a constant, a type, an import, a func, or I'll add like for and eventually to and stuff. But for now, it's just like the simple stuff. Okay, so let's go to declaration. We did this one, we did this one. I'm not gonna do this though. But what I will do, I think, is I'll do excuse me. I'll do like error at, or I'll do error, p.error. Yeah. This will do it at current, I think. Yeah. Expect declaration. Do you have a roadmap of all the language features you're going to try to implement? I have this to-do list of things I want to do. Which I had implemented all of this stuff. And like, as you can see, I was like kind of getting to this mode where I was trying to build like a built-in file so I could start like coding stuff for the runtime in the language. And then I was like, man, like this stuff's going to be so hard without like a hash map. Things are always out of order. There's no type checker, so everything's really hard to write. But yeah, I had like most things are like pretty, most like language constructs were pretty much there. They just weren't very like well tuned, I guess. But yeah, this is kind of it. But it's gonna be like it'll be like Go without Go routines probably, and with like Zig like comp time and maybe like Odin like foreign functions, and I also want to have like an interpreted mode, like a bytecode interpreted mode. But those are obviously like really big features. So first things first is getting the language like kind of put together, you know. So yeah. So today, right now, I'm just trying to get the thing rewritten in Go, and then I want to work on adding the type checker. And then after that, I'll probably will do start doing like comp time stuff. But it's like 2,000 lines to rewrite probably. Can we see a quick in the action? Well, yeah, I mean, I'm rewriting it now, so it doesn't really do anything. I can show you like if you look at this is the language, this is written in the language. This is the compiler written in the language. So there's like enumerations for all the tokens. You have structs for tokens. You have a string builder thing, which has like a character pointer and can do like allocations and stuff like that. The scanner like has all these functions associated to it. There's no methods though, so none of them are methods. I had C blocks for things that I hadn't quite migrated. Yeah, I mean, it can do like for loops, switch statements, unions, etc., etc., etc. But yeah, like the compiler was written in the language, so like this is all in the language. Even though it looks like Go, it's not Go. Boom, boom, ba-dum, boom, 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 boom. It is COG. Pending, patent pending. Okay, we need to add the block function. We have to do some statement parsing next. Block statements, for statements, return statements, switch statements, case statements, if statement, if block. This is the statement union. None statement, I don't think I need this. Cool. I added all the expression parsing stuff already, which was a big chunk. Let's go ahead and add all the statement functions. I don't know if I think a field list is a part of the declaration stuff. Is this part of the declaration stuff? Func text, type expression. Yeah, okay. Here's at least some of the block of the statement functions. Not all of them, I guess, but. I'm deciding to do all my unions as just any's, and I'm just going to switch on top of that. This one, however, for the expressions, I did it this way, but this one I might just make this an interface. a blank interface. And I'm just going to switch on whatever type it is. Oh, see, like I generated code in the language that was like this, but really it's like a list of if blocks. A list of case statements. A list of statements is what a block statement is. Yeah, don't judge me, but I am. If you rewind like 5 minutes, you'll hear my explanation. All right, let's grab simple statement. Well, I don't know why. I don't know why I'm using my mouse. For shame. Okay. Do I have if statements? I don't have if statements. Switch. We'll just go if. Block for switch default. Let's just go up to where we find expression statement. Yeah, we'll grab from there. TLDR, it's easier to implement the language, the compiler in the language when the language is more complete. Yeah. Yeah, there's like the big thing was like I wanted hash maps, I wanted arrays, I wanted slices, I wanted all these features, but my language didn't have them, so I was spending a lot of time figuring out how to unravel this like dependency chain of things I need to add. And it was going to be like, I need to add this thing temporarily so I can add this other thing temporarily so I can finish adding this thing temporarily so I can add this thing and then rewrite all of those things. So it was just like a big pain, and I was over it. I don't know why this, I don't know what happened, why the highlighter's not working now, the linter. What's up, Chun? How's it going? Welcome. Let's just go through these. Token dot, which one was that? Arbrace. List equals append list or a declaration. Really, this should be parsing a statement. I feel like. What's the compiler for? I found you via YouTube like last year-ish. I'm just messing around learning language. Sometimes I'll do like a programming language day. It's super nice to have the linter pop up so I can see where all the errors are. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. I think it's just these. This was just zeroing it out. Let's just do MX. arrow to dot. All right, list. I might do this. I might just do a few find and replaces that I know I'm gonna have. All of these functions need to be attached to the parser. Because the parser has a scanner attached to it that can pull in the next token every time. And I just do a single token look ahead for mine. It's also nice having packages. What's a weird... Okay, I guess it's right. List is append list with a declaration. This should be a statement though. And we do have to do p dot. All right. We're basically parsing like a switch case, which is just a list of statements. And then returning that. List equals append list. This is literally this line. These are all the same functions, they just look for different endings. Okie doke. I don't remember what this is for, the expression statement. You'd think it would be a statement that holds an expression, but I don't know. Get our walrus operator in there. Defer func. Oh, I can do that actually. Hold on. Let's replace match. These are just like parser helper functions with p.match. It's funny, I do have a new function is actually a function in Go. So technically this this thing just worked, but I tend to prefer to do this for whatever reason. Oops. Type inference is just the best thing ever. Specifying your types every time is so annoying. Did I miss this one? I guess I did. If block list. Yeah, this will be nil by default. Something came across bad decision. I ended up rewriting an interpreter instead on a full compiler because it can be easier. Maybe I'll just maybe later I'll do it, but I want to see this language in action. Yeah. Start making a roadmap for cog++. Let me get cog ---- done first. P. Make case statement 0. Block for switch case p dot. Yeah, if you need to do append, or really it's case list equals the result of appending case list to case statement, I think. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I also had the super weird like tagging thing because my unions weren't very good. All right, let's think here. Simple statement is just one of two types. Yeah, I think I see what will happen. It's gonna be and then we'll return p dot expression. This is supposed to be p dot. That's why it's erroring. All right, let's see this one. Token dot return. Token dot for. Left braces for block statements, and then otherwise it's going to be an expression statement. We can clear up all of this stuff though. These all need to be parser dot though. Yeah, this I can't do in switch style because these are match functions. So they advance the parser, or which advances the tokenizer by 1 if they match. Otherwise they don't. So they do a check first and then they match on it. Bardeckle. Expect declaration. Oh, I don't have packages yet. Hold on. There we go. Will it I think it parsed it. I wonder if I should I also want to be a little bit cleaner with these stages. It would be nice to have some kind of tests. Yeah, let's look at these functions. I'm just curious what these do. Because these run a declaration, which no longer handles statements. What this used to do, though, I think is it used to call statement. Expression statement. So an expression can be a type of statement, which makes sense, I guess. It's a little strange though, because I think I would like to parse blocks as lists of statements. But it's nice to have one like outer parsing thing. Because how it used to work is the declaration parser would fall into statements, but I don't want statements at the top level. But I guess I could just do this. I guess I could do this and just do a to-do for problem is this returns a Let's think here. We have a file. It has a bunch of general declarations. Some of those are functions, which have a block statement, which is a list of statements that can be I guess all declarations. Or they can be expressions, or they can be like for loops, or they can be like if statements, or they can be switches. I'm not really sure. I guess in statement parsing, I need to also check declarations. I just want it to be like one thing, you know? What I might do though is I might like what if I had this return a Boolean, whether or not it matched something? And then the first thing that this can do is it can try to match declarations. And if it doesn't match any of those, it'll fall back to statements. The question is who calls this? That should be statement, statement, statement. Those are all blocks. And this is the only one that calls declaration. So we'll do that. True. True. I guess if you match a semicolon, would I just return false here? I don't know. But then this won't return that. Oh, also this is no longer working correctly. Let's say it panics in here somewhere. The problem is we need this, like if we get stuck in a situation where we're parsing the outer source and we're not finding any of these things, I guess it'll be in panic mode and it'll just keep looping until it finds one of these keywords. I might pull this out. Why not just handle each one by itself? Because the declaration of var is different than one of type. I feel like it's more easier that way. That is how I do it. I have a different function for variable declarations. I have a different function for parsing like type declarations. Then I have a main declaration function which tries to parse different types of them. So then in statement parsing, I can do this. Or we'll do yeah, we'll do a lot of decal statement. All right, we'll have to figure it out. Let's go ahead and add some kind of output generator thing though, I think, for the AST. Because I think what the stages are going to be is it's going to be like scanner. Then we have the parser. This gives us tokens. This gives us an AST. We'll do a semantic pass. It'll give us types. I think these are just going to be applied to the AST. It'll be like a typed AST. And we'll do a generation phase. And if I want to insert anything here afterwards, I can do that. So right now we've done this, but I don't know if we're actually getting the right stuff yet because I haven't really tested it. But I don't really want to write a code generator because we don't have any typed data yet. Let me think really quickly. Actually, let me go to the bathroom really fast. And I'll think along the way. I'll be right back. All right. Switch return 4, L brace. I can't remember how panic gets used. Yeah, so eventually it'll fall back up, and then it needs to check to see if we're in panic mode. I almost feel like everything that does this, though, needs to have like a panic synchronizer added as well. Like after you parse a statement, you could be in an error state, and then I might want to resynchronize. I'm trying to think of a way to connect these all. We can simplify this. I mean, I could make I could pass a function in that scans a block and looks for the last thing. Let's just go ahead and do this. What I might do, I might make a generator that just like pretty prints stuff, but does it in like a does it in a way that's not like C code, but it's easy to read. And then I can verify pretty easily that like a piece of code that I wrote in my test file matches up to with what I expected it to be. So let's do that. Okay. I don't really know where to put this though. I might just throw it in here really quickly. I don't really want to make a package for it. This returns a file though. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I guess I'll call it print. AST.node. Okay. These will just recursively call through the AST. Like it's just gonna recursively walk it. Like I'm gonna print something like this almost. Okay, let's just do this. We'll do, I feel like I should have file name in here. Also, I think I should be doing pointers for everything. Actually, this is good. I think this is a good idea to do because this will eke out a few issues. Okay. So the printer for printing a file will just be I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. I think it's better to write it to a file rather than writing it to it's like, no, it's like string.builder, I think, right? That's what I should use. What did I do in my other one? This is actually a pretty good pattern. IO writer. We'll track the indentation level. I don't know if I need this one. Okay. I don't need this. That's writing semicolons. We'll do the line though. Okay. And we'll just have printer functions for each thing. So let's go to AST. We've got our file, and then we'll do p.add. I guess I kind of wanted file name, but question mark. There's gonna be more things that get added to this too as it expands. Like there's gonna be a package declaration and stuff. But we'll start with this for now. Then we'll do p dot indent plus indent. We'll do a minus minus, and then we'll do for in and range. I usually use T as my like type dot decal p dot print node, or sorry, n, which is like the generic or general declaration. And these have a few types that they can be. I'm gonna keep this list here. This is a pointer though. I'm gonna add a default panic unknown type. I'll just do print colon %t. That way we can easily see it's gonna just panic if we forgot to add one. Cool. We'll call this AST file. All right. Nice little null pointer. Oh, because we've not created this at all. Dun, 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 dun. I want like a don't really want to write to a file. I want to write to like the std out. Can I just do that? Like do a new buff.io, new writer. Or let me do this. Like os dot or something. Unknown typed AST general declaration. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Yeah, so now we've got this one we need to do. I feel like I've nested some of these too far down. But that's okay, I guess. I'm gonna do a line here. Boom, boom, boom. Like, what's the advantage of putting this inside of here when I can just make this that, and then let's just do that. Boom, boom, boom. So then I can just return these directly. I don't have to wrap them. It's weird it doesn't panic. Oh, because I'm, yeah, checking anything there. All right, so we have a var declaration. We have const decal, which I haven't really implemented yet. We've got type decal. We've got func decal. We've got struct decal. Union decal. Decal. All right. All right, let's do the let's just go through these one by one. I can do something like this maybe. Oh, I'm at the wrong one. Add t.name. I might add a string function to this. I think that should work, right? Do token talk token dot token. B dot add. We're just gonna do B dot add talk dot string. I will do a line. Oh, this doesn't return anything. Missing return. Oh. What's up, Romano? Or sorry, what's up, Dark Romana? How's it going? We're not even seeing the file, which is surprising. Oh, I'm not printing this out. Wait, it should be standard out though, shouldn't it? Maybe I need to like flush it or something. Or something like new writer. Yeah, flush, okay. Oh, this. Wait, why am I wrapping this in a buffered one? Why don't I just do this? There we go. I'm also doing good. Just doing more programming language stuff. Let's do a function declaration because that's what we actually have in our file. Okay, cool. So we have file and we've got var, my var. So at least we'll have some kind of AST here. I just think this will be easy. This will be useful for like debugging parsing issues. I think the way EvidEngine does their codegen for custom shader language is just by dumping out Go template. Might be easier than doing prints. Dumping out Go templates. I just don't see how I could make a super fine-grained template for some of these things. Like for some things, yeah, I think that is probably the play. Like if I had a big chunk of thing that needs to generate from one of these, then that would make sense. But just because everything's so fine-grained, it gets a little tricky. Bum, 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 bum. I wonder if I just do this, or can I just do this? Percent plus V. What is going on? Error at equal expect expression. What is this update about? What update? Oh, I'm just rewriting the compiler in Go. I decided because I didn't have access to like hash maps and arrays, building the type checker was just going to be too much of a pain. So I kind of gave up on it. You want to get AST printer I used? XLab tree print? I'll take a look. That is kind of cool. You have to build them like this though. I wasn't planning to do anything this complicated. I was just going to do like indentation based. But yeah, I'll keep this in my back pocket just in case. But I think what I'm gonna do is this. I think I'm gonna do this for... I just wanna try. I wanna see how this turns out. You select the tree, but pass down the current nodes. You can add nodes to it. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So like convert the tree to a different tree. It's really printing everything. I'm worried this expression parsing thing isn't working. On the other side of this, var my var. Oh, I think my parser doesn't handle this. That's what it is. Okay. I think I don't make this optional. I think I just force you to have that. Because I didn't have type inference, so it was like... What does capital V do? Does it change anything? No. I think we'll fall back to that. Actually, no, I'm gonna leave the panic in, I think. All right, let's just go through these really quickly. The problem is it just recursively keeps going, you know? It's like once you do vardecal, I need to go do... like I need to start handling expressions after that. All right, let's do the function decal. Or really, the thing I'm dealing with here is like, I kind of want to work on other stuff. I just want to be able to verify this easily. I just don't know if it's worth it or not. I guess it's worth it. Let's just do it really quickly. I don't think it'll take that long. I don't have that many types. Okay. Const I don't have yet. Let's do type declarations. We'll do p.print. This will have to be the t.def. That's like what the type got defined as. Okay. Function declaration. Name. We'll have to do args. It's funny because the return statement is kind of an arg. I don't know though. I'm just gonna do this. Return. Oh, this is, no, sorry, this is supposed to be print. And then we'll do the block. So it'll be p.print, t.block, or body, I guess. Func my func, print unknown type AST expression. This is kind of an expression node. Nah, I'll leave it. If I'll just print void actually. P.add void. And we'll return. Otherwise we'll do I don't have types yet, so I'm just gonna skip them, I think, to print the type info, and then we'll do if it's there. But otherwise we'll just do we just need to recursively go down. It'll be p.print t.expression. And this will be the type of expression that it is. Block statement. That's for this portion. So this one printed because it was void anyway, so it doesn't matter. Or I think it should just see a void. Yeah, void. And then it tries to do the block, which is yeah, so we can do a block statement. That'll be p dot indent plus plus, and we'll do minus minus. And then for the middle portion, block. T dot list. That's all the statements we need to print. I gotta make all these capital. Okay, and then we'll do I don't know what the error could be here. Oh, it doesn't return anything. Oh, it's a pointer. Whoops. Cool. Dun, 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 dun. It seems like things are mostly parsing okay. What's up, Karuru? No game dev day, yes. Sorry, we're just doing we're doing some compiler stuff today for fun. Every once in a while I'll do this. I kind of want to hoist over all of my tests. Yep, custom language development. Okay. All right. Let's do this one next. This will be the struct declarations. Struct name, then we'll add a space, and then we'll do basically just do this. But this is the fields. Let's see here. We'll also have to add one for field. And we will have to do one for args as well. Let's go ahead and just add those. Those will be the exact same though. Those will just be p.print, or sorry, p. Do I call it type expression? I'm just gonna call it type, I think. I might rename that, I'm not sure. Okay. So when we do one field, it's just gonna be p.add, t.name, or actually it's token name, add space. dot print. Then we need to print the type expression. Which will be this t dot type. And then I do a, no, I think the line will be called here. Yeah, that's right, okay. Yeah, expression identifier. I think all of expressions nodes are pointers because I wanted them to be pointers because I'm going to be modifying their types dynamically. I wonder if it makes sense to have different print functions or just have one. I don't know. It probably makes sense to have different ones. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. This one's easy because it's just this. Type my struct a int b. Struct. Oh, I need to do a line before actually. There we go. Cool. Bum, 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 bum. Let's do this. We'll just do expression. I'll just keep it node. We'll do expression like that. I'm gonna pull all of these over. Switch t is node dot type. Oh, node dot the problem is this needs to be like a any almost. Struct. Yeah, we print fields, and then fields we do line. I'm kind of confused though, because I'm going to do, oh, no, I actually copied the wrong ones. Field and args are not expressions. Yeah, so we would do this, and then type is an expression. Okie doke. Field struct token dot name. Let's gonna do a field, and then we're gonna do token name add expression type expression that. I don't know where the ident's coming from though. Oh, because I probably do this, yeah. There we go, okay. Print unknown type, ast.expr. Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum 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 bum. So something is an ast.expression, but I don't know it, or I'm not realizing it. Fields. Yeah, those should be a type field. Oh, this one. This is an expression. There we go. Okay. I think this is better. I don't know though. It's kind of a little wiry in my head still, I think. I'm right back. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. Hello? Oh, geez, sorry. Oh, thanks, Jonathan Blow. Appreciate it, man. Sorry, I was getting some water there. Worst timing possible. What's up, everyone? Oh my gosh, 600 people, jeez. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm just kind of, I just finished going through that book, Crafting Interpreters, and I was kind of messing around, making a little programming language in Golang, so yeah. I was working on the like pretty printer right now. Yeah, how are you guys doing? How was the Jonathan Blow stream? Thank you guys for the follows, appreciate it. Yeah, gotta stay hydrated. What language, what compiler? I'm just kind of like learning and experimenting and stuff like that. Nothing too serious. Don't worry, I won't be competing with Jai or anything like that. So yeah. But yeah, usually I do game dev, so. But then occasionally I'll do like some programming language development stuff. So yeah. Yeah, I make a game called Mythfall in Golang actually. Yeah. There's a link in the description somewhere if you guys want to play it. It's just in browser here. I'll give you guys a little demo. You want to see what I usually do? Oops. Yeah, sorry. I'm a small timer, so no, I don't have any chat bots or anything like that. This is the game basically. It's in like early development, or not early development. I'm trying to release it early next year, so we kind of run around. It's like Realm of the Mad God, but yeah. Well, what library do you use? I wrote my own rendering library in my own ECS library, so I kind of made it from scratch. You can go fight crabs. There's different biomes and stuff like that. I've recently been working on like splitting them up and adding more content and stuff like that, but it's kind of like a MMO style bullet hell type game. Thank you, Roberto, for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I have the oh, thank you. Yeah, I tend to like build stuff on my own rather than using libraries, which is a good thing, and it's also a bad thing. You guys are welcome to try it out. You can just if you go to this website, you can play as a guest. You don't have to make an account or anything like that, but you can if you want. What 3D API? I use OpenGL, and then I use WebGL for the browser version. I'm getting extreme FPS on a beefy computer. You might have hardware rendering disabled, so you might try checking that out. Or what's it called? Hardware acceleration for browser. Yeah, if you have that disabled, then it has to like render through the CPU, which is really, really slow. But yeah, the FPS counter's over here. But yeah, no, it works pretty well. I've been working on it for like 3.5 years or so. But yeah, it's coming along. There's a whole like progression system, upgrade your account. There's player housing I added pets recently too. So you can go here and like build stuff. I'm trying to go more like crafting focus, I think. So like you'll upgrade your house, which gets you, like you'll unlock like the scriptorium, for example, which lets you build more spells and stuff like that. That's kind of the progression I'm leaning towards. Wait, no, does your game run on multiple threads? No, it does not. Well, like the backend does, because it services multiple threads for different like connections, but the core game loop doesn't. Use graphics acceleration when available, turn on. I'm using hardware acceleration. Yeah, it should run fine. I don't know what platform you're on. You might try, what's it called? You might try using Chromium, like a Chromium-based browser. Yeah, so you should see the ping. There's only one server. It's in like US Central. I'm working on MMO server backend right now in Go. Do you write your own WebSocket lib? Also, do something like Gorilla. I do this. Hold on. I use WebRTC. I know there's like Web Transform now. I don't use that. But if you're using one in Go, you could take a look at this library. I can put a link here if you're interested. This is like a netcon wrapper around WebRTC that I wrote, and it's open source. And it might do what you're looking for, but it's also like pretty tuned. It's not like I'm like super advertising it for people to use, but you're welcome to take a look at it. This is what I use for my networking though. And then I fall back to WebSockets if WebRTC is disabled, like in the network or something like that. Yeah, check it out. Yeah, the goal is to just have like a WebRTC wrapper around the netcon interface so you can have like UDP-like performance. But yeah. Took me a while to see the tooltips telling me to press Q to loot. Might better center on the screen at first. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the early game stuff isn't super great right now. I just redid the tutorial, made it kind of like a little bit more epic and stuff. So this was the tutorial redo. And I had to do the like enter the gungeon, dash through the walls and stuff. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, this is like the super duper early game. But yeah, I want to change this so it uses like a icon or something like that, just so it pops a little bit more. But yeah, then there's like then I added the first quest, which you'll talk to this guy and he'll like walk you through the quest, which lets you unlock the sphere, which is kind of like the like combat exploration area, I guess I'd call it. I don't know. It's just like a big island with a lot of different monsters. Like this one's got different monsters, and there's these bosses that you'll get indicated towards. And then the bosses, these guys drop dungeons too. These guys drop dungeons, but also like the area bosses also drop dungeons, and the dungeons have like harder bosses with like better loot and stuff like that. But yeah, it's been a long journey. Well, a lot of learning, a lot of mistakes made. So yeah, but it's been fun. I've enjoyed it, so I can't complain too much. What was Mr. Jonathan Blow streaming today? What was his stream about? Was he demoing Jai more and stuff like that, or was he talking about his the game he has? I'm curious. Is there like client-side prediction and rollback? How does the behavior work between client and server? Yeah, I mean it's kind of complicated. Kind of both. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited to see. I played The Witness and I've also played Braid, so those were both fun games for sure. Had to rabbit hole on compiler bug. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I'm interested in Jai. I might try it when it comes out. Yeah, the because it's a bullet hell, there's a lot of just to like walk through how the networking works, because it is kind of complicated. It's different than like what you'd see in a lot of games, but oh yeah, I forgot guests can't chat just because I had a lot of spammers at one point. But for the networking stuff, how it works is the game is like all of the physics in Mythfall is like 100% deterministic. So like what I do for bullets is I don't network individual bullets. I network like attack operations that happen. So like this guy sends the server, or this guy is like a little AI bot thing that runs around and he wants to attack whatever he sees nearby. So he sends a message to the client that says like, hey, I'm going to attack. And then those get synchronized. I do like some tick synchronization with those. And then what ends up happening is that like attack gets spawned on the client and then like simulated deterministically through that. 27 FPS. RDX 4080. Yeah, I don't even like this one. I don't have a GPU. Yeah, what browser are you using? Big Realm of the Mad God vibes? Yeah. Definitely an inspiration for Mythfall. Chrome? Does the server send a certain ticket with at which the bullet should spawn? The client responds back to acknowledge every message that the server sends. So then the server knows the timing of when that client spawned that bullet. If that makes sense. I did start it in the way that you mentioned. I started it doing it that way, but then what ended up happening is there would be this like lead up time where like I'd have to have the AI would have to be like, hey, I'm gonna spawn the bullet in like 500 milliseconds, you know? So what I decided to do is just simulate the bullets per client, and that simplified this stuff a lot. Yeah, and there are some anticipation events. The mob AI or the mob animations for attacking isn't super good right now. It just like flashes, just because it takes so much time to draw animations for me. So I figured I would go back and do like a final pass on the attack animations. Or it doesn't look terrible, but there's like a 500 millisecond attack animation. So, but yeah, it's much easier to sync it back from the client than it is to sync it forward from the server. And it's just very challenging in general to have a bunch of clients all synchronize on the same exact tick. So I went for more of like a deterministic lockstep strategy that was like per client rather than being per server, just because there's so many people that could be on. Thank you, Hugo, for the follow, man. Appreciate it. And everybody else. Sorry I didn't get through all the names, but there's a lot of follows. Jeez. FPS aside, super impressive. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry that the FPS isn't working super well. I'm not sure exactly. It's hard to tell, but I'm hoping the desktop version just runs better in general. Yeah, I have an Odin tab open. I was talking about doing, I'm like building a little language for fun, which is this guy, which is going to be. My goal was to do like a Go like language that was more low level, because I have a lot of issues with Go just from building this game. There's a lot of like little problems that have like popped up over time where Go doesn't like solve it super well. So I was thinking of doing something like Odin foreign blocks, but like Zig comp time, but with like a Go like syntax and build system, and like more like not super heavy metaprogramming, but I was interested in having like a comp type thing like Zig has. We're gonna give him an Odin. Yeah, I think if I switch languages, I'd probably go to reinventing C pretty much. Yeah, I feel like every programmer ends up reinventing C at some point. So now it's my point to do that. And Go air handling. I wouldn't leave home without it. Yeah, how do you like Odin though? I thought about maybe doing like a small game jam, or yeah, game jam with Odin just to see how it goes. So the client stores position history for each visible entities, then grabs that shoot signal from the server using frame ID. And the enemies on clients follow paths. Sorry, hold on. The shoot signal from the server using frame ID. Enemies on the clients follow paths of enemies on server pixel perfectly. No, so I like resimulate. So like, I don't know if you can see it. The fixed frame time on this is like, so like in terms of like how the game tick operates, it's like this. Like this is just to like explain like how much is used for physics and how much is used for like rendering. It's like this. Like this is the green part is like rendering and the blue part is physics. Like it's like 90% rendering. Like this is I'm doing my physics tick in like 10. There's a question mark here because I don't have a micro symbol in my font atlas, but it's like eight microseconds is my physics time. And then everything else is like is part of like the render frame. So I literally resimulate the entire game that the player sees on the server to make sure that they didn't like cheat or do things like malicious stuff. Yeah, I love Obsidian. I use their like Kanban plugin. Oh, I don't have it open. I use their Kanban plugin and it's super helpful. I love it. It's so smooth. I'm in C# Unity Andy for my day job. Nice. Odin feels really easy to slip into. Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought about trying it out, doing a little experiment, see how it goes, you know? But yeah, Mythfall's come a long way. If you guys look at my YouTube video, I'm sure there's a link somewhere, but if you want to look at my YouTube video, you can see like how this game started many years ago. And well, that guy's got a really small collider box. These guys all do, actually. I should probably fix that. The blue part's his collider box. But yeah, the game's come a long way. There's a lot of challenging stuff with game design, especially engine design too. I love that I learned so much about building game engines, but I also, now I'm stuck with the stuff I made, which is probably worse than like if I used Raylib or something like that. I just started a game in Odin and Raylib and I'm liking it a lot. I mostly write Rust for my day job and I'm starting to not like Rust anymore. Yeah. Like 3.5 years probably I've been working on it. Yeah, I work on this full time now. So I decided to give it a shot, see how it ends up. So it's server authoritative, deterministic lockstep with re-simulation to hide the latency and alpha corrections. Got it. It means every client has inputs of every other client. No, so other players they don't get the inputs of other players. They just get the like interpolation frames of other players. So like if I was running and I was another player, you just get like this player's here and then they move to there and then you would just interpolate them. Yeah, the world is persistent. Like your character stuff is all persistent. But like the game format is you go kill monsters, area bosses, you clear dungeons, stuff like that. And then eventually the stability gets down to 0 and then you do like a final boss fight where you fight this really powerful wizard guy. And that's like the final. Yeah, it's like Realm of the Mad God. That's like it's a realm like for sure. There's no PvP. That's one of the trade-offs of my networking strategy where I can't really do PvP very easily. But I think this sort of game is more of a cooperative game rather than a PvP sort of game. So I think I'm happy with that trade-off. Your network setup reminds me a lot of something called Quantum by Exit Games. ECS, lockstep, fixed frames, interpolated frames, etc. There's no PvP, network seems much easier. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I like the type of game I wanted to make was not a PvP game, if that makes sense. So, but people do ask that a lot, and I feel a little bad sometimes because I'm like, yeah, guys, like it's probably never gonna happen. I'd probably like I could probably do it. It would be a different it would have to be like a game mode or something like that, you know? Like maybe how RuneScape has like LMS. It'd have to be something like that. Yeah, it definitely makes the network. You could, because when you don't have PvP, you can make a lot of assumptions about what sort of stuff matters and what sort of stuff doesn't matter. And so it can save you a lot of time. You play old school? Yeah, I do. Well, every once in a while I will. I don't have a membership right now, so I'll just log on. And a lot of my cousins and stuff play it, so I just log on. So I just log on and like cut willow logs or something. It's a fun game. I grew up playing it. That's what got me into game dev originally, actually. It's a fun game though. Yeah, like I remember just like playing RuneScape when I was like in middle school and high school and just being like, man, like I want to make this so bad. Yeah. Thank you, Frida, and thank you, Zirconium, for the follows, guys. Welcome. Yeah, don't rework the networking. If you've been working on it for 3 years already, then content is probably what you need to be working on. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. What I've been doing recently is splitting it, because this used to be one big beach biome. And the next patch, which I'll probably release on next Friday, or this upcoming Friday, I guess. I'm trying to split up these big biomes into like smaller ones. That way there's like more content, more variety. I want to have like more monsters, more bosses. I'm kind of getting to like the production phase, I guess I would say. Lockstep for local player centric things like enemy projectiles replicate other things like players. Sounds very good and smooth. Thanks for explaining. Yeah, no, it works super well. I thought about making like a more in-depth video about it just to like walk through it. Cause there's like those, there's those articles, those Glenn Fielder articles. Where are they? If you guys want to learn about game networking, this stuff's super good. It's part of this previous article. Networked physics, I guess. I feel like I went in a circle from deterministic lockstep to. But yeah, if you guys want to learn about networking, I highly recommend this article series. It's this series. This is where I learned a lot of the stuff I know about. The problem is the games that he's talking about when he talks about these games are more like small player count type games, I think. So it doesn't scale super well for a lot of players because I'm trying to host like 200 to 500 people per server. So you have to be a little bit more like conscientious of what data you want to send to people. So I have a lot of like vision culling where like the server tracks what every client has received recently. So it can just send like, not diffs exactly, but it can send like a reduced set of info that client needs to like re-simulate the game. I do that with my games a lot. I write all the systems all the time. That's the problem I'm most confident in. The content is much more difficult for me. Yeah. The content, I feel like for games, it's hard because you have to take a few gameplay concepts and turn it into a lot of content. So you have to be very creative with like how you're gonna compose different things together to build like the final experience, you know? But it's fun. It's just it gets a little frustrating when you don't know like what to, like how to make something different. Cause I'll like make like my umpteenth boss fight, you know? And it's like, I don't know like what little quirk to add to this boss fight. You know, like do I add like charging or do I make him like float or like, does he like spawn pillars or does he like throw grenades or old school is lockstep, right? Except Clemenson's pretty abstract input player attack goblin level 3. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what their networking model is, honestly. They have a 600 millisecond tick time. So it's like compared to this game, it's enormous. Like compared to like a fast paced game, 600 milliseconds is like tons of time. You could almost like do that on an HTTP interface, you know, like you don't need to have high quality networking for something like that, I feel like. But thanks Firmstool and Sinokosa for the follows, appreciate it. The best cure for that is watching people playtest. Yeah, I also need to do more playtesting. I've recently been working on like redoing decorations and stuff. I did this like Poisson sampling thing that I do, and I'll so I'll pick a point here and then I'll place like a cluster of grass, or I'll pick a point here and I'll place a cluster of these entities to like a fairy ring. Which actually this turned out really well. I'm pretty happy with this. Especially online freemium games need so much content. You're almost forced out a lot of filler, which feels bad to make. I'm honestly considering hire people to do content for my games, but it feels like I'm selling out. Yeah, I don't know. It just depends on what you want to do, I guess. I wouldn't be against having people do some of the content in my game, but it would have to be like the type that I want, you know? But yeah, I mean, as long as you keep building stuff, you'll eventually just have more and more and more, you know? So it just keeps building up over time, I feel like. Thank you, Feels Brett, man, for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. But yeah, this is pretty much what I work on mostly. But it is programming language Monday, so I have to go back to doing some of that. You guys can watch me struggle through AST parsing. I've rewritten this compiler like 3 times, each with like some other stupid mistakes, so I'm not sure which one, if this will be the final time or if I'll have to do it again. I found a quick way to diagnose similar situations for future users that sound like me. They're on Chrome. Tell them to send info inside of Chrome GPU to you. Yeah, I'm curious. There's a how to check, or what is it, like the WebGL? Or something? WebGL report? I thought this, maybe it's WebGL 2. But yeah, I mean, if you said that you had hardware acceleration enabled. Oh, Chrome GPU. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why I didn't just go there. Yeah, do you have WebGPL 2 hardware accelerated? You see that? Oh, everything is software simulated. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I can, hold on. I have a spot. I have a thing in my Discord that has this info. Or, I mean, I think I could just Google it. How to enable hardware acceleration Chrome. I know there's some setting. I know it's a setting spot. I just don't know exactly where it is. Browser setting and access system settings. But yeah, try this. Use graphic acceleration when available. Maybe try that. What's up, Anthony? How's it going? Oh, that's already on. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a tricky one. Yeah, that's pretty much Mythfall. I guess we can hop back to programming language, AST parsing. Just hop off. All right. This is as far as we are right now. I do have another test.txt file I was doing, or no, where was it? Oh, these were kind of complicated because I had these like assert things that I don't really have yet. I won't pull those over yet. We'll just try to make a few things to parse, I think. We'll make a few functions. Add a int, b int, return an int. Return a plus b. We'll do like a call expression too. We'll do let's see here. Add 5 and 6. Really important for the success of your game that hardware acceleration works in Chrome and is turned on by default. Yeah, it is unfortunate. It's kind of hard to what I thought about doing is adding a little pop-up thing that like hovers that says enable hardware acceleration. but it's just hard to like, it's hard to force people to like get all that stuff set up for browsers. Browsers are like very sandboxed, which is kind of a pain, but you kind of have to deal with it if you make a browser game. But my game's also on Steam, so I'm hoping that most people will play it there. And then the browser's kind of like the gateway drug into getting the Steam version. That's my goal, at least. But you never know how that's gonna pan out until it does, you know? Because the desktop one is way more stable and it can use multiple threads. The one trouble with yeah, that is how RuneScape did it. That's how they got me. Yeah, we're doing a lot of testing. Yeah, I agree. There's something else I want to say, but I forgot what it was. Oh well. That thought is gone. All right, let's see what we're missing. Return statements. So we'll add those. I'm just writing a pretty printer so that I can easily debug issues with this. Because I want to write a type checker next. Because I think I have the AST pretty much parsed, but I don't really have like an output for it. So I could output C code, or I could output some sort of like easy to read format. So I just decided to do some easy to read format. All right. So this one's just going to be p dot expression, print expression. I'm going to go ahead. I need to rename all of these. In Go, if it's capitalized, it's public, and if it's lowercase, it's private. Which is a pretty contentious decision that they made, but I don't mind it. All right, buddy, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, hope to see you next time. See ya. Have you read Thorsten Ball's books, Writing Interpreter, Compiler, and Go? I haven't read those, but I did read Crafting Interpreters. I went through this whole book. I did the front half. He does it in Java. I did the front half in Golang, and then I like tried to, but instead of doing the interpreter one, I did it to a compiler. So I did that one in Go, and then I wrote the second. Then I was trying to. The first thing I tried to do was I tried to take this one that I wrote, and build the second half, and I got like maybe to like here or something, and I was like, man, this is way too hard to use like a half-done language to build the bytecode VM and compiler, you know. So what I ended up doing is doing this part in C, and then I bootstrapped the whole thing, like had it compiling in itself, which was fun. But then that was hard to make changes on. So now I'm taking what I have there and I'm rewriting it into Go, and I'm just gonna try to build it as much as I need to. But I've heard those were good, yeah. But I know I've not read them. I just don't know. Like, are they that much different than? I don't know if you've read Crafting Interpreters, or if you think that those are like way better or not as good. I love that book, Crafting Interpreters, but I'm partial to Thorsten's books. Yeah, well, the Crafting Interpreters guy, you can tell he's got a very OOP approach to things, which I'm not super in love with. I usually prefer like more procedural type stuff like Odin would have, or like Go would have. I just run into so many like problems when I try to link my functions to my data too tightly. It just feels so clean to have like, oh, here's my data, and like here's the data layout, and then like I can just do whatever function I want on it. It just feels, I don't know, it just like feels cleaner. Okay. We'll do this though. We'll print I think I'll do a line here. Or wait, do I do lines at the This is a part of a block. So I just want to just do that. I totally agree, yeah. That's kind of what I've learned over the years. I mean, I feel like everyone has to go through an OOP phase though. I want to do a comma here for that pretty printer. I guess I'll just do this. I don't know if there's an easy way to, if I is less than length of t.args, then we'll add a comma. Oops. I guess I need to do -1. I wish my OOP phase hadn't lasted as long. Yeah, same. Yeah, there's just no way to avoid it though. Like you just can't. You have no control over how long you're gonna be stuck in OOP world, I feel like. I just think I don't know, like things just take time for like society to learn, you know? And I feel like the OOP lesson is one that like we're kind of learning more. Like I see so much stuff posted about it now. Like you see all of the people on like YouTube, like Casey and I think John to some degree, and then also like Ryan Fleury and people like that, Dave Acton. You know, like they all have like a higher performance mindset for organizing things. So I think people see that and they start going that approach rather than the OOP approach. The thing I think about OOP and encapsulation in general is when you encapsulate something, like you're trying to restrict, like you're putting restrictions on like how people can use that thing. So you're not like making things flexible, you're making things inflexible. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? It's like a half-baked thought in my head, but I feel like it makes sense to me. Like when you encapsulate something, you're trying to prevent people from doing the wrong stuff. But so you're like inherently blocking them from doing whatever they want, you know? It's good to know OP, otherwise you'll be wondering if your procedural approach is wrong. Yeah, I'm happy that they're doing it too. There's just so many resources for new programmers. People evangelize OO or did evangelize it. Yeah, that is true. But it seems like there's more like pushback to it recently. Thank you, J5, for the follow. Appreciate it. All right, we got to do binary expressions, which is our add statement. Let's do one of them. Yeah, but rules do help and removes a lot of explicit documentation. Yeah, no, I think it is good to have like high level like design ideas about how to organize stuff. And that stuff just comes with experience. But I'm not necessarily against design patterns and stuff, but yeah, I see him on there like what's he got, that like podcast thing. I usually don't watch it to be honest, but I always see it's always recommended to me that they have him on for some like podcast episode. I don't know what it's called, like the stand-up or something like that. Yeah, I think Handmade Hero was a big catalyst for all of this stuff. Oh, his audience needs to hear people like Casey. Yeah, it's not that like one person's like wrong so much, and to some degree, you know, like it's just people with different values about like what they think is important. About like when you build software, you have to have some sort of bias of like what you think is the right way to do it, or like which things you value more than other things. So Casey's just the goat of Handmade Hero and probably the best game dev resource I've ever made. Yeah, I'm trying to watch through the like first episodes of it whenever I have time. I think I'm on like I'm still in like the Windows, like setting up Windows like back buffer stuff and stuff that I'm not super interested in learning. I'm more interested in like how he does his memory, how he's going to do his entity thing, and how he's going to do his hot reloading thing, which I think is, people have told me it's like around episode 20 or something like that. But I'll just throw it on when I like eat sometimes. The one thing one of the like most important features for game dev, I think, is hot reloading. That's something I didn't value as much when I first started the Mythfall project, and but yeah, if I had to start again, like I would 100%, I would build everything with the thought of like, what's the fastest way I can iterate on my code? but you have to make mistakes before you learn from them. So yeah, hot reloading is just like the most vital thing. Like it's probably like my top like 3 most important features. Like maybe like the rendering library you pick is more important, but like being able to hot reload your game is so important. I've wasted so much time just with like slow builds and stuff like that because I didn't think ahead for it. But what can you do, you know? A case for using Lua for gameplay? Yeah, I just get so like the problem is like I want to use my libraries that I've built. Like if I go to like my behavioral stuff, like for example, there's a wander behavior that I add to like a finite state machine for my monsters. Like it's just so nice to use like my math functions. I know how it's all gonna work and like it fits together perfectly. It gets statically analyzed and works, you know? So I prefer this so much more than like writing Lua. But like it's really hard to iterate on this script dynamically. Go just has really bad hot reload support. It's probably like my biggest complaint with Golang right now. That and the C interoperability stuff. I haven't done hot reload yet. I'm happy Odin code compiles instantly and the game starts immediately. On a medium-sized unit project, I just wait for loading bars. Oh yeah. Yeah, the biggest use case for me with hot reloading is like I'm like 5 minutes into a dungeon or something and I see like a small issue, or like I want to try the boss with like some little change and I don't want to have to like rerun all the way through that to that one point to test this one like behavioral change, you know? So it's super handy to just be able to like, oh, I want to try him with like these weights, like these sort of like pathing weights. Like he wants to avoid monsters more, or like walls more, or like bullets more, you know? But yeah, I've actually had some troubles with Golang compile times, which is weird because that was one of the big selling points for Go was the compile times. But I think my project's just gotten large enough to where it just takes like 10 seconds. And I don't know how to optimize it. It's just too much code. Changing memory layout will not solve hot reload. You need new struct builds during testing. Yeah, for the most part, you're right. Though I will say that those sorts of changes are like the less frequent ones that I want to make. Like if I'm going to change the struct layout for something, I probably have like a bigger idea of what I'm trying to do anyways. But like probably the biggest case is for like immediate mode UI changes. Like my whole UI is immediate mode. So it's really nice to just like change a function and like change layout stuff. So I have that stuff hot reloaded. It just takes a little bit of time for the functions to reload. I do like a DLL load for it. Yeah. All right, we got a left expression. We'll just do like reverse Polish notation for this, I think. We'll do the operator, then we'll do P dot. I think it's an expression, yeah. Left. We can do a space. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I am working alone. I had my sister do some of the art. I guess one recommendation I have for you guys, if you suck at art, like I suck at art, and you're doing pixel art, I don't know how much this applies to like vector arts because I haven't done those so much, but it's very nice to have where is it? It's very nice to have like shapes that you can like redraw on. So like I had her, like she drew like these, for example, or she drew like a few, where's a good example? Like she drew these golems, for example. She drew these ones up here. But then I was able to like extrapolate out those and like now I can like design little like different ones that use the same shape but have different features to them. So you've got like your ninja golem, you've got like your wizard golem, you've got like, I don't know what this guy is, but energized golem, and then you've got your like shielded golem, for example. So having like a base shape that you can build on top of is a really, really low cost way to make multiple types of things, you know? So I highly recommend like getting base shapes for things, even if you pay for that, because you can get a base shape for something and then like slowly like transform it into like more things. Like she drew this bush and then I turned it into like a fuzzy guy, you know? And then other times you have to do it yourself and like you just have to like iterate. Yeah, get someone who's good at drawing to make like the templates for you, and then just try to like copy their style and like build what you can from it. And steal like an artist. That's the other tip. Thank you, Muted. Thank you, China, for the follows, guys. Welcome. As a pixel artist, is very true. Yeah, the hardest part for me personally is doing the shapes. Like once I have a shape, I can kind of like draw other stuff on it, but building the shape is really, really hard for me. I don't know how to explain it other than that. It's just really challenging to like decide what parts are in shadow and what parts are like lighter and stuff. So yeah, art can be a little bit tedious. So, but yeah, that's my art. That's my art recommendation. That's my art rant. Art takes time though. It's like it's a learned skill for sure, but I would do left and then right, I think. Bum, 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 bum. What's up, Oska? How's it going? All right, this is the function. But we're doing the return, that's the binary operator. Print AST expression. Where's my func definition? Yeah, I want to do a line here. And then we'll do the body, and then we'll do another line. Okay, there's the function type. That. Then we got the main function. Oh, I think this statement has is an expression statement. Yeah. I might do this. AST.statement. I'm just gonna pass this down. I'll just do a p.expression of the AST expression node. So then when I'm doing the block statement, instead of printing those, I'll just do a statement with those. Yeah, now we have expression call expression, which is this one that needs to be printed. I don't know why I copied these. But we want to do the left side, which is the collie. What'd you do? Is collie with one L? Oh, no, I think two L's seems right. Then we got arguments. All right, let's loop through these. I guess I'll comma separate them, so I'll do this. And we'll just do if I is less than length of t.args. Whoops. Then we'll do a comma. So basically just adding a comma unless we're at the very last one. Grab my range here. All right, we need literals because I have literal numbers, which are super similar to these. Okay, add 5, 6. I don't know. I don't know how exactly I want to print this. I guess I'll just have like a... Wait, where did this one go? These got dumped for some reason. I wonder if this is getting things that it should not. Like it might be getting the binary one. I think I'm not going to do reverse Polish for this though. I think I'm going to make it just pretty printed. Did you work your way up to making Mythfall? Seems like a big undertaking for Solar, requires some confidence or ignorance. Definitely a lot of overconfidence and a lot of ignorance for sure. I've made smaller games before though, mostly with game engines. For some reason, I'm just like really interested in like online games, like networked stuff for some reason. I don't know. I just like think it's really interesting. So all of my ideas that I'm like passionate enough to work on are usually online. But when I first quit my job, I was thinking I was going to make this single player game, kind of inspired by this like base builder game called Rise to Ruin. I was gonna make a game like that kind of, and then I was gonna make it in Go. I think I wish I finished it, but I couldn't really like make it fun, so I kind of gave up on it. And I was working on this project kind of on the side for fun, the Mythfall project, I mean. And so I just switched over and worked on that full time. So wait, you bootstrap the compiler, now you're rewriting in Go? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I was gonna, because I mean, the compiler wasn't fully done when I bootstrapped it. So it was like, there was no type checker, there was no hash map types, there was no slice types. So there's a lot of issues where like to add a type checker, I need like a lot of these baseline features to exist. And it was just getting very tricky. So I figured I would just rewrite it. So yeah. But yeah, I definitely way overestimated how hard it was going to be to build. We need more Go game dev representation on Twitch. You can be the Emacs version of the Primogen. Oh gosh, I don't think I'm nearly as He's pretty funny. I don't think I'm that funny. I'll try though. I also don't have a mustache, so I'll have to grow one of those out. What is he used like Neovim or something? I like you, buddy. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is like the most people I've ever had. So yeah, big Neovim guy. I do every once in a while. I try to switch from Emacs to some Vim editor, but I just can't do it. I just get too frustrated and I give up. Oops, this is the wrong. This should be in statement. Yeah, I tried to learn Helix. That was the one I picked because it was like set up for me, you know. I did install Neovim and I just saw like the intro screen and nothing was fixed. Nothing was like there's no default settings, and I was like, I can't do this. I can't go through configuring an editor 2 times in my life because I already configured Emacs how I like it. I'm just gonna do this for now. P.expression node, or no, T. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I kind of just have to. I've got a wonky keyboard setup. I have a split keyboard as well. I got the Iris 6. Soldered it myself. Yeah. So no, and I rebound. The big thing for Emacs is you have to control a lot, and so you get Emacs pinky, it's called. So what people recommend is to rebind it to caps lock, which I did a long time ago, and that's helped a lot for that. Yeah, where is this? Who calls this? I'm actually not going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm just going to add this. I'm going to delete that. Okay. There we go. All right, this is no longer reverse Polish. This will be in like a proper form. I might do parentheses for everything though. Just so the order of operations is super obvious. Where's my binary? Here it is. But yeah, you don't see very much Golang game developers. There's a big community around Ebit Engine, which is like the premier. That's the one I recommend people use usually. So you see a lot of people in that community. They've got a lot of good tools and stuff like that. So, but yeah, streaming wise, I don't think I know of very many. Maybe what's that one guy's name? I don't know if he streams anymore, but he used to. He makes like the 3D, like the ray traced 3D engine on top of Ebit Engine, I think. He maybe streams it, I don't remember. Okay. Let's do like a variable. I don't have the walrus operator yet. I should probably add that. Let's do this though. 7 plus 1. Okay, this is pretty good. Let's do a struct. Oh, we did a struct already. Okay. 2 plus 1, okay. People just write off Go because it's garbage collected, but I don't think it's... But I think if it's anything, it's a benefit in a lot of ways. Yeah, there are a lot of times, or there have been a lot of situations where I've had to do weird stuff to avoid garbage collecting in like a really hot loop. Which is never fun, but you kind of just have to do it. So if you're gonna use Go. Then there's some situations where Go is a very interface heavy language. Like that's pretty much how you do any kind of polymorphism is you build an interface and then you make a struct that implements that interface and you pass it through. And then what happens is every time you do that, you're not almost certainly, but a lot of times you're gonna end up doing a heap allocation for it. And that can just cause you to have a lot of like spurious allocations that you don't really wanna have. So a lot of my allocations come from stuff like that. That and the string formatting, because all of that stuff uses like, it's just a bunch of like any interfaces, like blank interfaces that anything can get passed into. But yeah, my biggest issues with Go are no tagged unions. The garbage collector is a little bit annoying, but not like terrible. And then it would be super nice. I know it's probably not feasible, but it'd be super nice if I could link against Raylib and compile to WebAssembly. I know in C you can compile Raylib to WebAssembly, but you can't do it in Go. So minus forced formatting. Yeah, I can't run Go format. There's like, it's so stupid. the whole error checking thing. You guys want to hear my opinion on the error checking thing? This is how they should just allow this. Like, just let people do single line if statements like this. This is so readable, in my opinion. This is so readable. Open file. If there's an error, then panic error. Or if you want to return, you just do this. You know what I mean? And it's like, voila, like we've solved this. Because the only reason people have an issue with this, I think, is because you've got 4 lines for something that takes 2. So if you just let people do like single line, one-liners like that, I would love it. But so I do this all the time, and that just causes me to not be able to run Go format. That's a bit of a hot take, I think. I even suggested this in because there was a lot of error handling stuff that was coming out, and they were trying to think of like syntax they could add to ease the error handling code. And I literally wrote a post about this in their GitHub. I was like, please just do this. Just let me do Go format. Yeah, I just feel like this is such a good middle of the road thing that you know, I don't know. I guess it's a lot to type for something so simple, but like it's pretty much like the level of entropy that I want. Right, I want to do an if statement. There's no hidden control flow. I want to do an if statement, and if error is not equal to nil, I want to panic. But like, let's say I wanted to do a map or something like that, like my map, 5, something, okay. You do if okay, or if not okay, return. You do if okay, return. And you've got like nil checks. You've got like my pointer, nil or whatever. Not that this is valid, but if my pointer is nil, return. You know what I mean? Like you just see guard statements. I see guard statements like this so much, especially in my ECS systems. So like having the ability to just like throw a single liner guard statement is just super handy. Because you have to look up, if you have to look up a bunch of things from a bunch of different places and aggregate them together, you end up with a ton of this error handling stuff. But I wouldn't mind like a try statement that like does some sort of like smart thing. It's just hard to know like what exactly that would look like. Oh yeah, my last issue with Go is just the hot reloadability is really bad. So other than that, it's a pretty good language. X equals. Okay. I've seen this just before. Yeah. It's also hard to amend Go with a new keyword without pissing off everyone. Yeah. I mean, one of the advantages of Go is it's so simple. But what can you do? You can't make everybody happy. I think people just need to make languages for groups of people. I don't think any language is going to be the perfect language for every group, for every thing that they work on. But it is fun to have like a general purpose language that does like 99% of what I want to do. So for me, that's Go, I guess. At this point, it must be. All right, is there anything else we could do? I mean, I guess we've got like other types we could print, like we haven't done yet, like unions and enums. But I'm probably gonna refactor their syntax anyway. The only reason I added them was because I needed them for the other one. What I might do next is I might try to start writing the type checker. I might just stage. Okay. I really should be backing this package up. I kind of spent a lot of time on it now. All right, we'll make one. I mean, they're gonna call it type. I don't think I can call it type. I think I have to call it types. Okay, let's just define a few types that we know we're gonna have. They're gonna mirror declarations. I think it'll be like types.func when people reference it externally. So I think that this works. I don't think I need the name of the function type. I think all I need is the arguments. I think the name of the argument isn't even, I need an interface. Types.type? I don't know. Boom, 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 boom. I'll just call this an any. There's the return type, and that's pretty much it, I think. Whatever, we can always add to it if we need it. We'll have a struct type. Phyleds, fields. These have names, though. Whoops, type. I wonder what Go does with theirs. Oh, they hide everything. Oh, I guess they hide everything and then they just give you accessor methods. This is a list of vars. Oh, and then tags for the var. It doesn't have the name though. Yeah, because I think that it doesn't matter what the name of it is. Like the type deft name. But for functions, maybe they should. I just think of funcs like this. It's like func, int. And if it's like A and B, or B and A, I think these are the same type in my head. But yeah, so I guess this is just a list of fields. Okay, that's easy. What else is there? We also need like a basic type. Let's close that. Here's what they do for this. Kind, info, and name. That's the name of the type. What are kinds? Well, how do they do built in. I'm trying to think of how they do like custom typed things. I guess those wouldn't be basic types. Bum, bum, bum. I might just do this Boolean is integer name. Okay. I'm not sure exactly what's gonna go in here yet, but we'll have to figure that out. At the very least, let's start adding these. When we start parsing stuff, I'm gonna try to determine the types of things. Like when we parse a struct, I think we can determine what the type it is right off the bat. So, or can we? At first I thought you could, but now I don't think you can. I'm trying to come up with an example here. Hold on. Like, let's do this. We have a vec2, which has an x, float 64. It's got a y, float 64. Then we've got a rectangle, which is a min point and a max point. I think when I'm parsing this, I can read this string. I just don't have a way to look up the type yet until I've, or no, wouldn't I just be able to go to the next, like reference this to the next one? Dun, 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 dun. Let's say that the rect is before this. So when we're parsing this, all right, we parse the whole struct. We almost want to I guess what'll happen is the type checker is going to run after the parser. I think it just has to, because I think this isn't in the symbol table. This isn't known, so I can't determine the type of this until I parse this. But after I parse all of these, I can just go and calculate all the types of all of the hoisted things. I think that just makes sense, I think. So let's go to parser really quick. Parse source. All the declarations. Yeah, we only increment the scope depth. This is for checking if we're global or not. I'm just gonna make a helper function that's gonna be like add symbol or something. Add global symbol. We'll do add global symbol and I guess we'll do this. It'll be a that. And then all we need to do is, this shouldn't defer, because we want to parse it and then we want to decide if we want to hoist it to the global symbol table. So we'll do p dot symbol table we need the name equals symbol. And so this will add all of our functions, all of our global variables, all our types, eventually all of our constants as well. But first we'll do this. If is greater than 0, we'll just return. Because our scope depth is incremented whenever we go inside of a function, and whenever we go inside of any kind of block that's not global, or that like scopes us down, if that makes sense. So for scope depth, it goes greater than 0. 0 would be global. 1 would be you're inside of something. So yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, I'm gonna call this triad. I think I just do this. Bar decal. Type decal. Oh, oops, I forgot to add the p dot. The only downside is, I guess these will have to be a general declaration anyways, won't they? Yeah, so I was planning to do that. So this will just be sim. Oh, we need the name though. I wonder if this is where I should do a Also, what I could do, I just realized this. What I could do is I could pre-allocate this, expecting it to be filled in eventually inside of, because I need to have some kind of global symbol table map, right? Of all of the different types. So this sees this, it could allocate something, expecting this to get filled in eventually. And then this one will look to see if it's already there. And if it's not there, it'll add it. Otherwise, it'll use the one that's already there and then fill in the value. So something like that could be doable, though it's a little bit complicated. Okay, let me think here. Actually, let's look at what Go does. Because I'm thinking like I need the name. I need the name of the declaration. But wouldn't a foreign block be a declaration as well. An import is also a declaration that doesn't have a name. So I'm trying to think of like what's the category of things that gets put inside of here. I want to go to the AST package. Represents an import constant type or variable declaration. Import const type var. Oh, it's interesting. Function isn't one of them. Type spec. Thank you, Diceax, for the tier 1, man. Appreciate it, man. Thanks. Thank you, thank you. Easy sub. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, welcome. What are the sub club? I don't really know how to approach this super well, because I guess only some of these will fit into this parameter. I might just do this, add symbol, and I'll pass the name in. Actually, that's way better than what I'm thinking of. Let's go to here. Oh my gosh, I keep going to the wrong spot. All right, there we go. Yeah, we may as well just split these up. Then we'll do name is going to be this. Obviously, we want to do a check first as well. We can't have the same name get overridden without us knowing. We'll print out an error, p.error. Eventually I'll clean up these errors to be a little bit better, but all right, then we'll return. Okay, let's fix these then. Funcdecal.name.string. Vardecal.name.string. Typedecal.name.string. All right, we should have a global symbol table now for our main 3 types. Let's go to our main function. I'm gonna throw this stuff in a different file called print. Okay. Does try add global symbol not return an error? Yeah, why did I word it that way? Oh, I did try add just because it's the one case in which we wouldn't add it every time is if the scope depth is like we're defining a symbol inside of a function. So like, for example, if you had a function and you wanted to add a closure to it, or like, let's say you define a type, like you do type my point struct x int y int or something like that. And then you want to be able to reference my point. This is like a locally scoped thing. And these ones get evaluated in order. So this needs to be always defined before you do like my point 1, 2 or something like that, you know? Yeah. So for the global ones, so inside of here, when you're parsing, it's going to be a scope of 1 because we've gone inside of this one scope block. But then outside, all of this other stuff is part of the global symbol table. Yeah, so I just did triad so that I can, it's not like an error, it's just like we don't want to add it because we're doing an early check. Okay. I'll go ahead and just start. I'm going to start writing the type checker inside of here. Or would it be part of the parser? Well, like what's in my head is that I want to modify the AST into a typed version of the AST where every single expression node knows what type is returned by it. I don't know if I should keep that as a part of the parser because the parser outputs an AST. I guess I'll make a different struct in the types package and then maybe I'll call it like analyzer or something. I don't know. Types.analyzer. I don't know what would go in here though. I think it's just nice to have. Oh no, I need to have a stack of symbol scopes so I can like check for variable shadowing and stuff like that. And so I know like what all the types are for every single thing that I do. What would I call this? Like, what would be the goal of this recursive function, though? For statements, it just wants to keep going lower. But then for an expression, it like wants to calculate types, I guess? I don't know. Like calculate, maybe I'll call it that. We'll do types.analyzer. I don't really like typing analyzer. That's a weird word. We'll pass the file in, which is going to be a node. This needs to return, I think this wants to return a type every single time. Would I pass the parser here? It's weird though, because I've like, I've built this parser internally and then I'm building the symbol table here. I do like the divide and conquerness of doing each file individually though. But it does kind of make sense to have just one big global symbol table map. Dun, 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 dun. All right, we'll do a switch though. We're gonna do a switch because this AST node is an interface, so we need to switch on it. Oops, that's the wrong package. My LSP thinks that I'm pulling in like the Go standard ones. The problem is that we can't walk recursively until we've calculated the first round of the symbol table. I might just keep this as a part. I might keep the types inside the types package, and then I might just do this portion in the parser though. Rather than doing it as like a post stage. Let's see. I guess worst case scenario, we can move it over. It's just weird to return the file. So multiple files are going to be comprised into a package. So I wonder if I change this to output a package, and then the package just stores the global symbol table rather than storing it inside of the parser. So at the very end, we just do like file dot symbol table, and then we have all the symbols. And then it's just the parser is parsing a package. It's either that or it's you got a bunch of files. These could each calculate their own symbol table, and these could get bubbled together, and I just merge the maps together at the very end. That'd be more concurrent, but I just don't know if that matters. Like, is the parse time of one package really gonna be that big of a deal? I don't know. File top level declarations. So they make a list of the declarations. I guess that's good enough then. All right, we'll just update the file dot equals parser dot symbol table, because we're gonna lose the parser here, so we need to pass this back somehow. Oh no, they do this because of that, so they don't store the global symbols. Or I wonder if I'm just doing too much here. Because thinking about this, I just have a list of every single thing. I could just do a type switch on this and then Like I kind of already have the global symbols there, don't I? So I might not need this at all, actually. Like I could calculate this in the analyzer side. Because all of these are going to get added to, like when I'm parsing the file node of an AST, I'll just have a list of all of the declarations and I'll just parse those. It does make you do like one weird preliminary pass though, which is like calculate global types. I think. I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. Give me 1 second. All right, we're back. I'm gonna call this calculate global symbol table. I'm gonna move this symbol table over here. This is just gonna be an AST file though. And yeah, I think this is gonna come together. All right. AST file. Oh, calculate. I guess I'll make it an inner one because this has to do multiple passes. I think. Maybe I'll call it analyze. Analyze. We'll do file, AST file, okay. This doesn't return that. This is going to, I'm not sure exactly what that's gonna return yet. But the first thing we'll do is a.calculate global symbol table, because we need those so we can quickly analyze types later down the line. And then this is going to loop through all of the declarations in the file AST node. File dot arrange decl. So we'll go through all the declarations and we will switch on them. And we'll do case. There's only a few we have to do. ast.var_decal. Type decal. Func decal. It's actually weird. Why don't they have functions? Oh, decals has, okay, that can have, that's not a general. Okay. I guess this is all we have right now. Eventually we'll have constants. And the default's to do nothing. I don't know what else we would have that. Like a foreign block might not have a symbol associated to it. I don't know yet. But maybe inside that foreign block, we would have symbols. I don't know. Okay. This is where unions, stuff like unions would be so helpful here. I would be so much more organized. But not for us. All right, so we'll analyze. Okie doke. Yeah, types, we have them for variables, we have them for functions. Okay. What does this return? A pointer? I kind of want it to. But if we're gonna put it in a map, I want it to be a pointer because, yeah. I forgot to do the return type. There we go. All right. And then functions. These will also be pointers. All right. So those will all be pointers now. So we need to make these pointers. Pointer, pointer. And then before I forget, these are going to be pointers as well. Just those three. Oh no, type, var. Oh, I forgot struct. All right, cool. And then we'll do decal. All right, and this is where we'll get the triad. Oh, it's in parser. Triad. We'll take this logic. Oops. We don't need to do the scope depth because we already know we're at the top scope because this is all the declarations from the file AST node in our tree. The file is at the top. All right. A.symbol table name. If it exists, yeah, they'll have an error. I'm trying to think of how I want to structure errors for this section. Because I feel like type checking, it's errors have less impact on downstream things. Like in the parser, you have a long list of tokens, and if you see an error, it's like you don't know. It ruins how you parse it. But when you're type checking something, it's like, oh, I can't figure out the type of this for some reason, or this thing already exists. I'm tempted to panic, but that's not a good error for someone who could make this issue. Let's just make an error function, kind of like I did for parser. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, we'll make an error. I'm just gonna make a function called error. Um, this is kind of a weird way to structure it, but I'm gonna add a to-do here. I should add a pause function to the node interface. I can always look up the file position of the error of the node we are parsing. But for now, I'm just going to print out, because like here, I'm able to take the token location and like print out an error. But here, I don't really have that capability. So I'm just going to do error. Then we'll do the message, and then we'll do a new line. But eventually, this will be like error, then it'll be %s, and it'll have the location in the file. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, cool. So that's going to be that. And then we'll do here a dot this. And then we'll do t dot name dot string. I could just pass the token. No, I'm just going to pass the string. Then we'll pass the pointer. I could also pass just D. Okay, so this will build our global symbol table. How is it going to fit into code generation? Like for example, when I do this print function, I think I just pass the file node in, right? I almost wonder if it makes sense to do a to just make a package type that's going to hold all of this stuff. Like I kind of don't feel like the analyzer should hold the global symbol table. Like it feels like a package level thing. But I'm kind of torn here. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to generate all this stuff, and then I'm going to have this symbol table that I really need to generate the code at the end. But I can't really use it because it's lost. It's not lost, I guess, but it's like another artifact. Whatever. I'm not gonna put it in the package right now, but maybe I will. Should this go in the package? If it does, I'll end up mirroring it here probably, and also attach it to the package as well. All right. So if stage one of the analyzer is calculate the global symbols, because we're going to need those when we're inside of the functions. And then we're going to do then we're going to need to go through and calculate types on the file. Okay. Then we got our AST file. This is going to mirror very heavily what we do for the print function. where like the file parsing just needs to calculate the type on all of its declarations. But the file doesn't really have a type, you know, so. I don't know why this is. Oh, duplicate case, that's why, because I copy pasted that. All right. Func decal, and I think I have struct decal. Oh, but these aren't I need to calculate the types here though. This is where it's yeah, I think whenever I encounter something, what's the path to look it up? I need to walk up the scopes to see if it's something locally referenced. And if not, I need to hit the global symbol table. It is weird. I don't think this should be a general declaration though. I think this should be a type. I'm trying to think of what situation I would want to know the node. Like, why wouldn't I always just want to type? Like, I almost think that this should just be like type. And then this needs to be, this one I'm not exactly sure yet what I would do. This one's obviously like, this is declaring a type though. So this one's more obvious, right? We just need to generate the stuff for it. Thank you, Scarlet Lily, for the follow. Appreciate it. Boom, 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 boom. So we want to generate a struct type, right? So we'll do that here. Oops, struct with I guess we can do this, and then we'll just do for let's open up AST. Or it's in declarations. I just want to reference the AST node that this is coming from. Struct declarations. Yeah, then we just have fields. Okay. All All right, we'll range through the fields and oh, this is a type declaration. Yeah, this one's a little weird. I guess I did it that way so that I could parse like anonymous structs in the future. We also have like unions and enums as well that we want to be able to parse. Let's think here. This is kind of like my equivalent. They have like type spec or something like that. Like their type specification. I called mine like just a def, I think. I'll make a function for this. I don't think this needs to reference that. Or hold on a second. I think what I really want to do is I want a function that I give it a node. I don't know if I want this to be the same function. I feel like there's two things. Either I'm looking up a identifier to see what type it is, or like what type it's been defined at, or it's going to be inferred as. Either that, or I'm trying to create a new type. And I think if I'm trying to create a new type, I'll always have a type. It'll always be through this. Do. Let's just make a function. We'll call it like a analyzer. Yeah, this would want to receive like a type spec. I'm gonna call it a type def. Type spec question mark. Like I need something that generates the type pointer. Or like a pointer to what this type is going to be. Okay. Yeah, I guess this should work. I don't know. So I'm basically defining an anonymous. This is like an anonymous type, and this is going to be what defines it in the symbol table as actually something. But this would be like in an inner switch. I think let's just explore. Let's see what happens. Switch t type spec dot type spec dot type. Then we'll do case ast dot struct decl. So we're doing a struct declaration, then this is going to return a type. Maybe always. And then we'll do I'll just do this. A dot new type. I don't know. I don't really know what this is going to be called exactly yet, but finally got my nav mesh working. Nice. It's coming along. What are you building it for? All right, so we'll pass the type def into here. Then we'll calculate the type and return it just to learn it. Oh, that's cool. Using Unity. Vardecal won't have this. Nice. I think I've done, I don't know, maybe I've watched YouTube videos about how to do it. I don't think I've ever done it myself though. Type decal, struct decal. This one's technically not really a part of the same group. Maybe a quad tree, I don't know. I don't know how I do it manually. Well, yeah, they usually do like vertex points, right? Onto their floor mesh or something. I don't remember. My game's 2D, I don't have to deal with that stuff. I just move towards the player. That's like 90% of my movement patterns in Mythfall. Steps and slops. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so we'll make a struct type. And then for each field, we'll do struct. Modifying normals, another hard math. Oh yeah. All right, we'll do field. I think it's fields. Yeah, fields. Append. I'll put this on new line for legibility. This takes a name and a type. What a weird indentation. Name and type. See, this is where I need to do like a.new type. Of f dot type. But this isn't. Like this is a reference to the name. This is a name of a type. But I guess it could also be a type spec too. But maybe I'll do some like placeholder type thing. I'll make some special type that's like a placeholder type where it's like, I know that I want a type there, but I don't know what it is yet. Let's think here. So I read the new type. I'll read the new type. Or let's look at this. Let's look at this example. This is about as complicated as it gets. Then after this, it's just recursive, I think. Like we look up this, but it's going to be an identifier. It's going to be an identifier expression. And we would have to look this type up in the global symbol table. But the first time we look it up, it doesn't exist. So maybe we put a placeholder. And then when we get here, we fill it in. With like what actually it is. Does that make sense? Then as long as the pointers are in the right spot, as long as types are always pointers and they're in the right spot, we'd have all the data at the end. I just don't see how else I could resolve this other than making a like an unfinished struct type for each of these things in one pass and then going through it again, which is maybe reasonable. Yeah, so this will have to go through. I'm gonna make a default panic here. I might keep this here just temporarily. Okay. Oh, this needs to finish returning its return struct type. This needs to be interned though. It needs to I'm not sure exactly how to make them unique. Actually, I don't think it'll be that hard to make it unique. I'll just do some printing thing and then hash it or something like that. Might just do unique. And then we'll just make a function for each of these. String. A field isn't technically a type though. This is more of like a helper. All right, this will be a struct. And then obviously we have basic types. Or let's see. Yeah, this will just be one big string of all of the I guess performance isn't really my priority right now. I know I need something that's unique. Loop through all the fields, and we're just gonna append to this string. I'm gonna do this F. Oops, there we go. All right, we got fields.name. Oh, f.name. A lot of space, and then we'll f dot type dot unique. All right, so we'll do namespace type string comma, and then, okay, that should be unique. This one I'm not sure yet. I might need to pass like a like this might just have the name being a unique thing, but okay. But this is like a very leaf type, so okie doke. And then for functions, I want a space here. I'll do for a in range t dot args, just like a pirate. All right, f dot or sorry a dot type dot unique. Oh, args are just types. Okay, so it's just a dot unique. I might do this, hold on. Plus equals that. That'll just cap it off. Parentheses. We'll do parentheses, space, t dot return dot unique. Dun, 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 dun. I wonder if it makes more sense if this was just like a hashed function or something like that that produces a number. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do a comma. Okay. That works. Oops, this needs to return string. All right, that returns that. This one's weird because this doesn't really go to a symbol table. What the heck? Control B goes to there? That's weird. Okay. This isn't a global symbol. It's more of a global scoped variable. It is kind of confusing between like what's a symbol and what's a variable at the global scope. Or I mean at local scopes. I almost, well, because you have a name, you need to look up what it is. So it can look up a variable. It can also look up like this needs to look up a variable. Like when you look up the string that references this variable, it needs to look up the variable of that type, not necessarily just the type, you know? I'm not really sure what to do with that. I think it would go to the same table though. All right. Oh yeah, I added this unique thing because I wanted to do I'm gonna make a thing in here called type table. So then we'll just look up a.type table tie.unique. If we already have one, we'll return that. Otherwise, we want to add it. Equals type. Then we just return type. Get. So this one we want to always do this. Like we build the type based off of the type spec, and then we want to get the type. So we're always getting the same thing. That way we can just compare pointers. That one's not done. Return, calculate types. We're just gonna return null. What was there? est.expression. Yeah, because we're gonna call new type on here recursively. So I have a I think I either do the placeholder idea, or I go through and add placeholders and then resolve them whenever they happen, which is very like out of order. I'm just worried with that strategy. I end up in this situation where at the very end I need to loop through everything in the code base to make sure all of the placeholders got resolved. Like I don't want, like when I generate code, I want to have everything perfectly checked. So it's either that, or I do like a first pass just to register things, and then a second pass to fill them out. Which that just feels like better. I don't know why. It's weird because this is only an issue for the global thing. But when I'm parsing, I can actually generate this registration thing because I'll know exactly what these should be. But I think this is correct, this stuff. I almost wonder if all I need to do is... Huh. Like, I feel like I've guaranteed myself to have unique types. But I don't know. I guess if I do the 2-pass approach, I might end up with... Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know if this should be the same type. Like if I did this, would this be the same type? Because right now this would resolve to the same type as that. Just because they match exactly. But then, so then I need some outer layer that type defs it. But if I did this, like I'm just thinking here. These would also still be the same type. Unless I do 2 layers of type, like I do like type def. Vec2 just points to like some type spec. Where this is the type spec. And then this is the type def. Maybe I should model it that way. That actually feels the best, I think. Even though it's 1 extra layer of indirection, I feel like it's more correct. Let's just see how that would feel if we like how would we do that? We would make a... I'm torn whether I want to do this or that. I'm gonna call it a type def. Name string. Type. I guess it would be this. Plus t.type.unique. And then in here, I would have to do, right, this is calculating the struct. And then, yeah, I would do this probably. This would call down because it needs to calculate what's going to be on the right side of the type def. But then I need to make a new type, which is going to be type def type with the name, which is t.name name.string. Yeah, it's whatever's on the right side of this, I guess. Because I feel like just because it's a named type, it has to be unique. But it doesn't make sense why it would be separate from an anonymous struct with the same exact layout. Those would be the same type, I think. Okay. This stuff's just so like recursive. There's so many like weird little like, if you don't think about things exactly right, I feel like you end up in these weird edge cases. Okay. I'll just call this a type def. Type def, okay. This still won't work though because expect expression. Oh, because of this, yeah. Like I feel like this type should be the same as rect, other than the fact that it's named. New type. Yeah, I think that this isn't. This is like new type from AST node. Okay. And then we'll calculate the type and then we'll add it to the global symbol table. Okay, I think that's a good distinction though to have. Okay, now AST expression. This needs a type. This one's weird though because it's technically coming from the struct field. But I don't really want an expression. I want more like a type expression. I wonder if it makes sense to make a different type for that. In this case though, it's like an identifier expression. Parsing wise it is. So I guess wrapping it doesn't really help at all. But there's only so many expression types that we want to handle. And this one's also awkward just because it's Let's see here. I almost feel like I want to look up type function. I just feel like these are getting, like, things are getting spread out too much. I'm not really sure why. And I would switch on this for the different expression types. But like some expressions shouldn't even be in here. Like the only expressions I think that I would support are like identifier. But also you've got like array types, you know, so I need the array one as well. You got pointer types, so you need unary. So I need a way to convert expressions into types, I think. I guess that makes sense. Okay. I'm gonna call this calculate type expression. It's weird. It's weird though, because I have like there's two types of expressions. I feel like some expressions are expressions explaining what type something is, and then some expressions are like mathematical expressions. I'm just gonna say this is for. Yeah, whatever. I think once you get into here though, you would never go into this area. Or maybe really what I should be doing is just calling new type on, like what if I just did this, a.new type with t.expression. And then you're gonna have case ast dot ident expression ident. And this is gonna have to look up that type. Yeah, I think this is better. The problem here is like what I want to do is I want to look up in the type table. No, not the type table. This is mapped based on unique type string. Okay. What I want to do is look up in the symbol table the type of this thing. However, a dot symbol table. The problem is this, I have no guarantee that I'm gonna have like the information that I need at this point. What did I do last time? Resolve. Type resolver. Register global. Oh, I registered the node, but I didn't resolve the type of it. Hold on. Add identifier. Yeah, I just registered the AST node. I didn't do it for types. So I didn't have to resolve the types, I guess, at that time. I wonder if that's a good strategy. Then what I would be doing is in here, I would be making like a type. Oh, no, sorry. This is not the right place. Type def, I would be going to type declaration. I would be doing like type. That can be a circular reference. Yeah, it is. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. I think I need a break. I think my brain's going to mush. I think I'm gonna have to wrap it up here. Bum, bum, bum. All right, guys. When's your next stream? I will maybe stream tomorrow. I usually stream around 10 a.m. Eastern time, most days of the week. Next time will probably be game dev stuff though, not language stuff. I usually only do like language stuff like once a week or once every other week or something like that. do. Bum, bum, bum. No, I'm just grinding Mythfall. Oh, are you? How far did you get? All right, buddy. Yeah, I'll try to stream tomorrow. But yeah, well, you're welcome to stop by whenever you want. I think I'm in a dungeon with crabs. Oh, you're probably in Cool Crab Grotto. It's a fun one. But yeah, this will be it for today. I just can't, I'm not solving problems. My brain's going, it's overheating. The steam's coming out of my ears. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. Thanks for filling up my viewer count. That's crazy. It's a big raid. But yeah, I hope to see you guys next time. If you enjoy the content, you could drop a little follow, and yeah, you'll get notified when I join you. Go. I'm sorry, buddy. It's been 4.5 hours. My brain only lasts so long. I do my best though. We'll stream again. I'll try to stream tomorrow if I can. But all right, thank you all for stopping in. I'll see you next time. Have a good one.